Is that it? Am I back?
Hello, I can hear you.
Where's my video?
I do not know.
Video.
Did you try start video?
I don't know. I don't even. Oh, here it is. Start video. You cannot start your video because the host stopped it. Oh, you did that on purpose? Ha, that's funny. Okay.
Hold on.
The host has stopped your video. Okay.
I didn't stop videos. Hold on.
That's what it's telling me. The host.
I'm the hostess with the mostest.
You are the hostess with the mostest.
Hold on. I don't even see a place where I can stop video for everybody.
It looks like you must have something off.
Choose virtual camera
I
more.
left my pen here. Oh, shoot.
You're a panelist. Okay, now try.
All right, okay.
I see Chris. I see you.
Okay. There you go. We're here.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Your audio's. Oh, there you go.
It's Canaster Chris, right? Oh, wait. We're not live yet, right?
We started where the attendees can see us.
Okay. No.
We're not on TV yet. No.
Is that your mask? Oh, it's your army mask? That one's nice.
Yep, there you go.
Hey, my name.
Start video. There you go.
Hi, Janet.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very sweet. You have at-home tech support.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay.
Ramon.
Hi, Ramon.
Hi. Everybody hear me okay? I'm using the headphones today.
What do you mean?
I'm using these because I'm going to use my my computer. I started using it. Actually, it works better than the phone.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Dawn.
Hello.
Hello.
Bernadette.
You're so close. Hi, everybody.
Who's so close? Oh, you, because you're
No, I was like looking to hook up my my video and I got too close. You back up.
Usually me.
Dylan, you look like you're in a fog.
Yeah, kind of.
No, lighting And the TV room.
On his face. You can't see your face, Chris. You can't see Chris's face.
I don't see Chris at all. Where's
Yeah,
Chris?
he's in the dark. You're in the dark, Chris.
So fancy big
Yeah, I had to
area.
move up. I moved up to my wife's office.
Hi, Chris.
Need a light on you.
He's a man in the shadows.
You gotta play the Jeopardy music. Doo-doo.
Sing it.
True.
What time is it anyway?
So Susan, what's the story? You gonna let your sons have the chickens?
Wait, did you eat the duck eggs?
Yes, I did.
Did you like them?
They were very eggy tasting. So
Yeah.
maybe big yolk maybe they were very eggy.
Oh, so you don't like your eggs eggy? Ramon, you need to get some duck eggs. Mike, you guys need
I
duck
don't-
eggs to try.
Do they make like a huge omelet? Is that like, are they bigger than chicken eggs, I guess?
No, they're not necessarily bigger. The yolk is bigger.
Oh, okay.
Huge.
Yeah, the yolk was, and that's what I mean by eggy. It was very yolky. But I scrambled it, so it was, it was scrambled, but it tasted different, definitely.
Okay, like a gamier taste on it?
No, just more like stronger yolk, I guess, taste. Because I eat a lot of egg whites, so when I make like an omelet or something, I just use an egg white. So when I eat an egg, it always tastes eggier, but they were even stronger than a regular egg flavor.
But I'll get you guys some duck eggs if you want to try them because, I actually they're better though. They're healthier. They are definitely healthier. There's like you could Google like the chicken egg versus duck egg, and they have more proteins and better things. I don't know.
I think my 8 chickens will disagree.
Anyway, I'll let you know about the chickens. It's a
Good, are
commitment.
we good to go? We have everybody on board?
1, 2, 3.
We have the whole
Ready?
council.
Jeff,
Yeah.
Ready for launch?
Wait, where's my? Oh, here it goes.
where's Jeff?
Right here.
He's here. Yep.
Oh, I can't see you.
Ernie, you got to
With
move
this-
your
Oh,
screen.
there you are. Okay. I gotta move my screen, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'd like to call this meeting to order, the Ridgewood Village Council Public Workshop. Today is May 27, 2020. The time is 7:31 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of the schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Knudsen,
Here.
Councilman Seaton,
Here.
Councilman Voigt,
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Here.
and Mayor Hache.
Here. Please stand for the flag salute, or the Pledge of Allegiance, sorry. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to
to
the flag of
Flag.
the United States of
United
America,
States of America.
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty and justice for all.
liberty and justice for all.
Please join us in a moment of silence as we honor the brave men and women serving the nation's armed forces, first responders, and those on the front line against COVID-19. Thank you. And we'll start with public comments, not to exceed 3 minutes per person. Do we have anybody on, Dylan?
Yes.
There are people on. I do have the first public comment from random right hand, Jan Phillip.
Thank you. My question has to do with
Please
Pride.
state press.
Jan Phillips, 234 Union Street, Ridgewood.
Thank you.
So my question has to do with Pride. Is there an ongoing committee, or is it the same committee from last year? And what day will the flag be going up?
June 1st? Is that usually it goes June 1st?
Yeah, June 1st.
Yes.
It-
Oh, it's public comment anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Any other comments or question?
I show no others.
No one else? Okay, why don't we wait a minute, just in case?
So Dylan, can I just ask a question? Because someone called me earlier, a resident, asking about how to get into the meeting. So the link online, it's not a live link, so they have to copy and paste it. So
They need
maybe
to click on it.
it
It will
doesn't
launch
know.
right from the link.
No, but it wasn't, I'm saying it wasn't a live link, so I actually had to copy and paste it too. But I just wanted to know, how do we know like who's in that waiting or they're here for, like, I think this person wanted to speak on behalf of the house. So I just want to know because there's no
That
way.
would be during the hearing, right?
You should have a thing to see the participants on your lower bar, and you can see the people that are waiting as attendees. And then you can see them raise their hand as well.
Oh, so I can see, you mean in participants?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would say, I see. Okay, so let me just see if that person is on here.
But they wouldn't comment during this time, they'd comment during the public hearing for the house.
No, I understand. I just don't know. I tried to help somebody and I'm not.
I understand.
Thank you.
Oh, I got another comment. Hold
One
on.
more comment.
Eleanor Gruber.
Okay.
There you go.
Please state your name and address.
She has herself muted.
Can you hear me? Can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thanks. So
Please state-
I look at the Eleanor Gruber,
Please.
229 South Irving, and thank you for figuring this out. I looked at the agenda this afternoon, and it said public comment, and then on each of the Kings Pond and the house. And then when I looked again 20 minutes ago, it only said discussion. So is there
No,
going
there
to
is public comment. There is public comment.
Okay, so we have, okay, fine. Thank you. I can't get on visually for some reason, but it doesn't matter. I don't look that great anyway.
Okay. Anyone else?
We just got to call her in. Let me allow him to talk.
Hi,
Please state your
this is
name and
Pamela
address.
Perrin. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Pamela
Yes, we
Perrin,
can hear you.
123 Kenilworth Road. Okay. I have a question about item 12A1 on the agenda, which has to do with a 2-year contract award for potable water at the pumping facilities. It's basically for refurbishing wells, and there's a request from Rich Calby for an increase to the contract amount of $100,000. But I can't tell from his memo what the increase is needed for. I don't understand the justification. He outlines what has been done so far on this 2-year contract, and he says the work remaining to date and included in the additional award will include installation of the new pump at Farview, installation of the new pump at the Hawthorne interconnection, any other emergency repairs and replacements through year end. So with that, I can't parse what was part of the contract originally and what justifies the additional $100,000. So I hope that will be addressed at that point in the meeting. That's my comment. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
During that discussion item, Mr. Calby will address that. Anyone else?
I'm showing no others right now.
Okay, we have no others. So we'll
That's
move
it?
on to manager's report.
Okay. So before we go, so the 12A1 item on the agenda we'll address later, and then just a question about Pride. Yes, June 1st is when the flag would go up. There was no scheduled celebration this year, just because of the restrictions we've had on gatherings. I mean, just recently, the total amount of folks who can assemble was recently increased. But that, because the situation was constantly changing, we didn't have enough time to plan for celebration. And we certainly didn't feel that it would have been appropriate to set up a celebration and have to turn people away. So the flag will go up on June 1st, but there won't be a celebration as we had last year, unfortunately.
Can I just ask you, Ramon? I don't know if you have the phone number and the meeting ID. Can you just announce the phone number and the meeting ID so in case anybody is watching from home and they want to call in during any of those, I think we should just at least maybe announce that. Is that okay? Or maybe Dylan has it, whoever has it.
Sure.
I don't know.
Actually, on channel 77
We
and
have
34, the phone number and bottom of the screen. But I can announce it too.
We'll say now. Yeah.
It's meeting ID 865-0711-3099. And the phone number
646-558-8656.
Very good.
Great. Good, thanks.
All right, manager's report.
Okay. As we know, the non-essential businesses are open with orders online or by phone and then curbside pickup. There are 2 to 4 parking spaces set aside for curbside pickup at the top and bottom of each block where there are retail stores, or mid-block where there are long blocks. The signs are marked as parking for business, curbside pickup only, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Saturday. The governor's executive order also allowed non-essential construction to resume. There is a procedure for obtaining building department permits since Village Hall is still closed to the public. Building permits are available for curbside pickup Monday to Thursday from 9 a.m. to 12 noon and from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Please check the village website for the procedures being used or call the building department at 201-670-5500 extension 212. Renewal of dog licenses. An email has been sent out to the health department by the health department for all present dog owners to renew their dog licenses. Since rabies vaccines for pets are essential in providing a barrier of protection between pets and people in the community, we encourage the vaccination of pets. In addition, the New Jersey statute states that dog licenses shall expire no later than June 30th in the current licensing year. We have not received notice that this has been extended to current legislation due to the pandemic. We understand the concern of taking pets to the vet for a rabies shot just to obtain a license, especially if the pet is never let outdoors or is never off leash when outdoors. Unfortunately, there have been recent cases of pet exposures to rabid wildlife attacking pets and then exposing owners in the household. We urge dog owners to obtain rabies vaccinations for their pets in a timely manner. That being said, since the Village Hall is currently closed to the public, the Village of Ridgewood will extend the time period to renew the dog licenses without a late fee until September 1st, 2020. Comment to the draft of the Village of Ridgewood Master Plan. Section 1 deadline has been extended to May 29th, 2020. We extended the due date for your feedback on the draft of the Village of Ridgewood Master Plan. I'll have, I'm sure Deputy Mayor Newsom will elaborate on this during her report. I also want to remind everyone that the U.S. Census is underway, and we urge you to fill out your census as soon as possible. Ridgewood was undercounted in the 2010 census, and our goal is 100% response rate from Ridgewood in the 2020 census because everyone counts. Our residents have received a postcard indicating how they can respond to the census in multiple ways, including online, on the phone, or through a paper copy of the census. The information is also on our village website. Please be aware that all of the census information that you submit is confidential. Garbage pickup still remains curbside until further notice to allow crews to be able to pick up garbage according to the existing schedule. The recycling center located on East Glen Avenue is open for residential recycling and cardboard recycling from businesses in Ridgewood's Central Business District. No commercial landscapers will be accepted. We are also accepting concrete and also electronics at the recycling center. The primary election will be a mail-in ballot and voting in a few polling locations for those with disabilities who cannot vote by mail. If a voter is registered as a Republican or a Democrat, mail-in ballot will be sent to the voter for that particular party. If the voter is unaffiliated, a mail-in ballot application will be sent, and the voter will have to choose a party affiliation, and then that mail-in ballot will be sent to the voter. There will be ballot boxes placed throughout the county, and one of them will be placed here in Ridgewood near the lobby doors of Village Hall. So you don't have to go to a regular post office box. You can go to the ballot box and just drop it in there with no postage. Final voter registration for the primary election is due to the county by June 16th. I'm happy to report that the annual farmers market will open on schedule at the train station parking lot on Sunday, June 28th, with their locally grown produce with social distancing measures in place. The market hours are 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Sundays. The Ridgewood 4th of July Committee, or anyone who hasn't heard, has unfortunately made the difficult decision to cancel this year's parade and fireworks due to public health concerns. They're planning a flag raising ceremony for 9 a.m. at Wilson Square on July 4th. They're also looking forward to planning an amazing celebration in 2021. Upcoming village council meetings, which are all televised, and on the public access channels, the scroll does indicate what the polling number is, what the webinar ID is June 3rd, next week, 7:30 p.m. is a public work session. June 10th, 8 o'clock p.m., that's our public meeting. And then the July 1st, 2020 reorganization meeting at 12 noon, which will be done via Zoom as well. We do have one meeting scheduled for June 17th. We will hold that meeting if it's necessary to finish up any business of this council before the reorganization meeting. That's all I have.
Thank you, Heather. We'll move on to council reports. Councilman Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to report that Green Ridgewood and the Green Team met. So committees are meeting via Zoom, of course, but we're getting back together. And we had a reintroduction, and it was a really interesting discussion about a committee versus a commission. So one of the main points that came out of that was if Green Ridgewood wanted to move from being more of a committee to an actual environmental commission, then the committee or members of the committee would have to be involved with the planning board. So it was a pretty robust discussion. And of course, we would need, a member to step up from Green Ridgewood and participate in the planning board. Then, of course, on the planning board's end, they would want to, they would have to be willing to kind of accept a member from Green Ridgewood to kind of opine on environmental issues that involve trees and things of that nature. So again, it was a really good discussion. And I figured with a reorganization coming up, and if we had anybody who really wanted to step up and see if they could become part of the planning board, or there's even a discussion that maybe we change our meeting times so that we could not meet when the planning board meets and at least watch the meetings and get more involved as in the audience, and then see if we could make that step towards becoming commission and being integrated into the planning process. But again, it takes the planning board and it takes Green Ridgewood. So obviously no decisions were made, but again, I figured there is a reorganization coming up. So if there's any good time, now is the time to see if that could be a possibility. And that was basically it. Unfortunately, Earth Day was canceled, and a lot of the events and different things we were doing were canceled. So I'm just trying to discuss how we're going to move forward and what the future is going to look like. That was kind of where the discussion went, and obviously it's going to be ongoing, and we would need to include the planning board to see if that's something they'd be interested in, or if it would even be possible. But there will be more to come on that, and that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Sure, so thank you. A couple of things. I just wanted to tag on to the village manager's comments about the 4th of July. That was a really tough decision, but part of that decision, what weighed heavily into that was the requirement to pay for fireworks and other services in advance, and we would have had to pay for that I guess about a month and a half, 2 months ago, really in the height of coronavirus happening all around us, as it still is happening around us. But I think that was another issue. So I know a lot of folks are looking at the restrictions being kind of loosened, but and there's now some questions as to why would you cancel it. But that decision was really born out of financial issues and having to make payment up front and not, without any guarantee that was going to happen. So important. Planning board, actually, we have to go back and look at if we have any members that are coming up for renewal or if we have any open seats on the planning board. I think it's a fabulous idea, Councilman Seaton, to have someone from Green Ridgewood jump on board with us and help guide that conversation. It's an important discussion, especially as we're going into the master plan process. So it's certainly an opportunity and one we should take very seriously. So planning board is meeting, as a matter of fact, Tuesday evening, 7:30 by Zoom right here in this Zoom room. But planning board actually has been a little low-key these days. We don't have much in the hopper. And also just getting back to the visioning questionnaire, the comment period. The comment period, as the village manager indicated, has been extended to May 29th. Please visit visionridgewood.org. Based on some resident feedback, we have streamlined, and I know this is kind of hard to see, and I'm on my phone here, but there's just a really, you could read all the records, all the information, all the data, all the details, and it's a very quick link to get to the comment form. And we encourage everyone to participate. It's our village, it's our future. There's a ton of information. And it's important to really the village of Ridgewood that we will leave to future generations and what the village will look like, not 10 years from now, not 20, but 30, 40, 50 years from today. And hopefully someone from Green Ridgewood will help us make it much greener. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Walsh.
Everybody freeze.
So I just have the Library Board of Trustees to report on. So the application, the grant application was submitted. It was submitted May 14th, and I guess with everything going on in the state, we'll find out one way or the other within the next year, I guess, assuming that there's going to be some delays as to what's going on. The author luncheon, I know I had spoken about the tickets being either refunded or individuals could have said that they wanted that to just go as a donation. So of the 400 tickets that were sold, 154 refunds were issued, 11 rolled over to the next author luncheon, and the rest donated that money to Friends of the Library. So we're very grateful for that. The Library Foundation made a donation, a $10,000 donation for ebooks. So again, while things are quiet, there's still a lot going on behind the scenes, so we're grateful for that. And the library is doing all of their programs that they can do online. They're getting a great response. They're just hoping at some point, just like everything else, they can open up so people can actually take physical books and use the library again. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Walsh, can you see us okay? Because your screen is frozen to us. Can you see us okay?
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can see it perfectly. Okay. My screen's frozen.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, from my view, it is. It's frozen, yeah. Councilman Boyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to share some of the kind of recent things going on. As we have seen, there's been a gradual easing of some of the restrictions that have been imposed as part of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. As expected, the lifting has been gradual, and it's kind of, in certain respects, working backwards in terms of the things that were more recently restricted, some of the things that were more recently lifted. And I know that very recently we had the guidance that the in-person graduations will be permitted after July 6th. And I know that RHS was preparing for two scenarios, one virtual and one in person, in the event that it would be allowed. So it looks like the in-person, could be permitted after 7/6. There still has to be some good, decent amount of work to be done with the police department and the school to look at the guidance on how that can take place. But at least it's some promising news in that regard. We're still waiting for guidance on municipal pools. That's been a little bit slower than expected. It seems that we're usually working with about a 2-week turnaround on some of these issues. This one has actually been sitting there now for over 3 weeks. But we're hoping to get some guidance in the near future as to what the reopening of municipal pools can look like. And I know that Nancy Bigos has sent around different scenarios of what that could look like. Again, we still need to know definitively what the guidance would be from the state in terms of what the amount of the number of people who can be allowed. Graydon Pool being a bathing beach is unique to traditional kind of municipal pool. We also have different areas within the pool, and we have to make sure that we can control the number of bathers that can be in any particular section at a time. There's right now the Berrien County Executive is working on a plan to find a way to assist businesses, small businesses, with some rent relief and or utility bill relief, and he's working on that plan right now, waiting to hear back on what that could look like. We don't even know now what the size of the pool potentially can be, but that's something that can be very important for small businesses, and they're really particularly trying to focus on downtown businesses, not just strip malls, but in particular for towns that have a central business district. And speaking of central business district, we're with all the lifting of restrictions, looks like we're going to start to see some additional restrictions being lifted, particularly with restaurants. I think within the next 2 to 3 weeks, we might see a lifting of the restrictions where restaurants can reopen, but for outdoor dining. And again, that will be followed by the lifting of other restrictions and other types of businesses. The challenge that we have to consider is that as the central business district starts to reopen, there will be a lot of restrictions placed on the way that businesses can operate, particularly with regard to how many people can be inside of an establishment. If you think about a restaurant, for example, most likely they'll be required to remove probably half the tables that they have currently today. So the reality is that the central business district that will reopen will be very different than the central business district that closed in March. And we're looking at a lot of different options as to what that can look like. Understanding that both restaurants and retailers will lose a lot of internal floor space. So one of the plans now I've been looking into and consulting with village staff and the business community is how can we help the businesses make up for the lost internal floor space. And now the idea that has kind of floated to the top, and I think it's a pretty good one, and it looks like based on the guidance from village staff, looks like it's achievable, would be a closing off of a portion of East Ridgewood Avenue and side streets for pedestrian, kind of an outdoor mall, and that would be on Saturdays and Sundays. And the plan would include putting the tables for both retailers and restaurants on the street, using the sidewalk for pedestrian travel, each sidewalk for one particular direction. We're also thinking about putting in some tick marks on the ground just to properly delineate what's the safe distance, every 6 feet, put a tick mark so that if you're walking and someone's in front of you and they stop, you have a good idea of what the safe distance to maintain for proper social distancing. I'll circulate more details, but basically what it looks like now, if you had to picture a box a square, with the top of that square being North Broad, the bottom of the square being Walnut Street. On the right, you would have Franklin Avenue. On the left, you would have Dayton, which becomes Hudson. Anything inside of that square would be pedestrians on Saturdays and Sundays. Any space that normally would be occupied by vehicles, so the street and some of the lots like Chestnut Lot and the small lot at the train station will be closed off to allow for the businesses to bring out tables and so on. So the original thought was that, you know, the guidance on what can be done will come sometime in July, but it seems that we might get some guidance, some easing of some of these restrictions as soon as mid-June. But again, this is all kind of, you know, lining everything up in terms of being able to open. We still have to wait to see what the guidance is. We don't know if in the initial wave of reopenings, you know, retail will be allowed to have customers come into a store, or even in you know, restaurants and so on. So, but we do have to work on an overall plan, you know, to get the businesses to pledge to abide by guidelines that will keep our shoppers and diners safe. And we'll work with the businesses of getting, you know, that signed, and we're working with Don Citrullo and the health department to come up with the appropriate guidelines. Obviously, again, you know, we're going to be dealing with a directive from the state at that time. But you know, if we get 90% of this lined up, we only have to tweak about, you know, 10% of it later on. And obviously, you know, going into July would have been ideal because of the parking garage, Hudson Street parking garage being completed by that time. And that would make the coordination and the parking a little bit better. If in the event that we can open earlier than July 1st, we would have to give up, look at maybe giving up some of the lots that we would have reserved for putting tables, like the Chestnut Street lot and the small lot of the train station. We might have to consider allowing them to remain open so that shoppers and diners can park in those spaces. But you know, the reality is that's what you know, just kind of thinking ahead a little bit, that those are some of the situations that a lot of downtowns will be facing. It seems that a lot of downtowns are looking at similar plans, and we'll be monitoring that closely. We're also working on the what happens Monday through Friday. Obviously, the streets will be open. For restaurants, that poses you know, particular challenges, in that, you know, if you can imagine now, we have a 52-inch right of way for any restaurants that have, you know, outdoor dining. That now expands to 6 feet, and with that clearance, necessary clearance, it's nearly impossible for any restaurant to have tables on both sides. So you would have, you know, reduced seating during the week, Monday through Friday. But again, if retailers can't do the business indoors, they can bring the business outdoors. And if they can do it indoors, you know, it's not mandatory that they would operate outdoors, kind of like we do with sidewalk sale days. But at least having the option of doing both, I think would be a welcome for those businesses. That's all the information I have for now. And the more information I have, we'll be sharing with everybody. That's all I have.
Okay, so our, we have a few discussion items before our special public meeting. So the first one is the Water Capital Improvement Fund ordinance for renovations to the Elks Club. I'll just have Mr. Rooney explain what that entails.
So this is to fund the renovations of the Elks Club that we now own. We've been able to take the money out of accumulation of capital fund balance and also capital surplus in the water. If you remember, when we acquired the property, we also were able to use capital surplus that was available. So the project would be completely funded. There'd be no issuance of debt if council passes the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to the award of grants, which we have some hearings on this evening. The first one is the award of grants for Kings Pond Park Phase 3. I'll have Nancy Bigos just kind of give us a summary of what that final phase will be and the amount of grant funding that we're looking for.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This would be the third phase of the Kings Pond Park development, what we're applying for this year with the Bergen County Open Space Grant. We are looking to apply for $100,000 with a 50-50 match. So the total amount would be $201,000, 125. What we're hoping to do this year is that we are looking to finalize the park enhancement. This next section of development will give us the opportunity to put in all those select park amenities that will create and enhance a natural environment while providing our residents with an opportunity to participate in passive recreation through a myriad of ways, through play, exploration, and relaxation. In this final phase of the park development, we're looking for amenities. Those would include an observation dock, wooden fencing along select route of the park property, bicycle racks, a park identification and welcome sign are some of the ideas included in this last stage. This last section will also include those items that were not financially feasible when we were developing the early stages of the hardscape installation. Those things now, and I know that you've heard this before, are the stone dust walking path, 6 benches, shade trees, and the habitat, the ecology habitat along the waterway. We are hoping that this final Bergen County Open Space Grant will allow us the opportunity to be able to move forward and complete this park development. I'm good.
Thank you. The next grant that we're going to have a hearing on is for the Zabriskie Shedler House. This also is the final phase of the restoration of the house. And there's opportunity actually for 2 grants. The grant that we have the hearing on is from Bergen County Historic Preservation Trust, and the other one is from New Jersey Historic Trust Preserve New Jersey grant. So we have Margaret Hickey from Connolly and Hickey, who's the historic architects who have been overseeing this project. And she'll explain to us about the 2 grants and how we can actually use one of the grants to pay off money we've already spent, actually. So I'll have her elaborate on that.
Hi, Margaret Hickey, Historic Preservation Specialist with Connolly and Hickey Historical Architects. We did recommend that the village apply for 2 separate grants. One is to Bergen County for an amount of $374,375, which would be a 50-50 matching grant for the next phase of the work, which would cover the interior restoration, like plaster, flooring, doors and windows, as well as installing electrical service, mechanical, HVAC, doors and interior doors, accessible restroom, small catering kitchen, and a few other amenities. That work has already been designed, as you're aware, because we did it previously. But the asbestos remediation and the exterior work is pretty much done. The contractor's in punch list with regard to the exterior work. And Bergen County has already approved a change in scope to take all of the grant funds that were awarded under 3 previous grants to apply it to that exterior works, which opens us up to then apply for this next phase to Bergen County. New Jersey Historic Trust has a unique funding quirk to it that other grants don't have, is that you can come in for a certain percentage of match spent on work. And since you've done a significant amount of work up until now. We thought we would include that in the request to the New Jersey Historic Trust, which would make your grant request $499,167 to the New Jersey Historic Trust, which reflects $249,583 in expenses that the village has already taken out of their pocket. It sort of maximizes the money you have spent, and then it also gives you a few extra points in terms of you've made the commitment to the project by going ahead without even a grant from them to begin with. So that is looked upon favorably by the trust staff as well as the outside board members. It is part of the grading and ranking system when the grants are reviewed. I will say that just with any other grant program that's statewide, it is highly competitive. It is much more competitive than the Bergen County program. They generally get somewhere between 80 and 110 grant applications from all 21 counties. They think that they may have $10 million available this year. It will depend on the CBT. So they won't know that until all the applications actually have been submitted and reviewed. So that's my caveat for that program. But I think it's worth the village going forward with this. You're in a good position. You've committed a lot to the project. It is a unique building, and to be honest, it looks actually even better than I thought it was going to. The windows really shine, and I think the site has a lot of potential. So. Any questions?
Margaret, we'd be remiss if we didn't commend you on the work that you've done on the restoration of the house. I mean, it looks incredible, and I think we should all be very proud of what has been done. And we should find a way to put it up on the website, Dylan, kind of a before and after. It's incredible, the work that you've done.
A lot of credit also goes to the contractor and his workers, so it's important as well.
Absolutely. Any questions for Margaret? Any comments?
Yeah, well, I have a question for Bob Rooney. Bob, how much is the village on the hook for? I mean, on this whole project, I know we've had various phases of it, and there's been matching funds, but what are we ultimately on the hook for? The residents, what are they paying out of this? You know?
Jeff, I'd have to look it up. I don't know at this point. There's a few ordinances that I'd have to add together to get to the total as to what we're appropriating.
Yeah, could you do that and get it? And we could talk about it next week just to make sure we understand.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So I just have a couple of questions. Janet, well, Margaret first, thank you. Thank you for everything. Janet, and thank you. Janet, I know you sent out the email requesting letters. And I just wanted to know, so I just wanted to know, when did you need those letters by? Please don't tell me yesterday.
I would say early next week. This is for the state historic trust, and their deadline, I want to say, Margaret, is the 4th or the 5th of June. And I sent 13, excuse me? June 4th. June 4th. I knew it was coming up quickly. The Bergen County one has more time to the end of June, but I sent 13 to Margaret's assistant today. And I'm waiting for a couple more that wannabes, and you might have seen one. I was just nudging a couple people that I think would, in all rights, want to support this a bit, their time. So that's the story. I would say, I would like to say like Wednesday of next week done.
Okay. And then the other question, so this, when we go down to the county, because we've kind of done this, and I think, Nancy, this also goes to the question regarding Kings Pond, that grant. So in the past, we've all kind of trekked down to the county and participated in those hearings. and kind of gave our pitch as to why Ridgewood should get the money. Do we know how will they do that this year? Will it also be a Zoom issue, or do we have a clue as to how and when that will happen?
Is Nancy answering it, or?
No, I know Nancy and I were down there for, Nancy, I don't remember. I know we were down there for Shadler. We were down there for Maple Field. We were down there for something else. So I just don't know what the procedure is to go around.
We first have to put in the official application for this grant, and Janet and I have been working on this along with Chris and Jovan, just to be able to have the facts and figures set. I know that the county has extended the grant application due to, the pandemic and where we are. When is that, Janet? The middle of
It's
June?
the end of June,
Yes,
both
the
the park and the house.
Yeah, so we have some time, and then after that is when they will schedule the public hearing, and who knows what the future will bring.
Well, tonight is actually the application public hearing. So when we go into that special, that's another part of the whole grant.
Right. No, I know that. I just meant at the time when it's time to go down to the county. I know I'm kind of jumped over a couple of steps, but I got it. Okay. All right. All right. I'm good right now.
Any other questions?
Oh, actually, can I jump back to one thing? Can I, if everybody doesn't mind, I just want to go back to the Kings Pond question. So Nancy, you're still there. So I just want to say thank you because Mike and I were just speaking earlier about Kings Pond, and I think in 2014 a resident came to village council meeting and said every time a new council is elected, he came to these meetings to demand, and Heather's probably laughing because she knows exactly who it is. And he wanted to meet all the new council members and say, come and help us. And so the fact that we are here today and kind of seeing this project really come to its final point is really exciting. So I actually just wanted to point that out because in 2014 he was here. We went over there a couple of days later, and he actually, fortunately, because of this work and because of Nancy's efforts, he hasn't been back to a council meeting since, I don't think. So it's all good. Anyway, so I just wanted to point that out and say thank you.
Okay. So we could go to the special public meeting if Mayor Hache is ready. Yeah. Deputy Mayor Newton, do you want to do it?
Or where'd Ramon go?
I don't know.
Okay, so we need a motion to suspend our work session.
Yes.
Second.
Who's second?
There he is.
I'm back.
Okay. Okay, who's seconding to suspend the work session and convene the special public meeting?
Second.
Okay. Newton?
Yes.
Eden?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. Village Council special public meeting, May 27, 2020. The time is 8:17 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall by mail to the Ridgewood News, a record, and by submission to all persons entitled to the same as provided by law of the schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Deputy Mayor Newton?
Here.
Councilman Seaton?
Here.
Councilman Voigt? Councilwoman Walsh?
Here.
And Mayor Hache?
Here. I move the first reading of ordinance 3800.
Second.
Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3800 by title?
An ordinance appropriating $1,900,000, $1,500,000 of which is from the Water Capital Improvement Fund, and $400,000 of which is from the Water Capital Surplus for renovations to the Elks Club in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey.
I move that ordinance 3800 be adopted on first reading and on June 10th, 2020, be fixed as the date for hearing thereof.
Second.
Okay. Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boy,
No, I'm just concerned that a building that was going to cost us $900,000 to begin with is now costing us over $3 million. So the answer is no.
Walsh,
No.
and Hache.
Yes. Next is the public hearing on Bergen County Open Space Municipal Program Park Improvement Trust Fund Grant Application for Kings Pond Phase 3. The proposed improvements for Kings Pond Phase 3 was discussed earlier this evening. A public hearing on the improvements for Kings Pond Phase 3 is required due to the fact that the village is submitting a grant application for this project to the Bergen County Open Space Trust Fund Municipal Program Park Improvements. The public hearing this evening is specifically on the improvements to Kings Pond Phase 3, and the Village Council will only listen to comments from the public specifically on this matter. The public hearing is now open.
I have one.
Okay, we have someone.
Hello,
Please
caller.
please state your name and address. Caller.
I'll go to the next person.
Okay. Please state your name and address, Ms. Gruber.
Hi, Ellie Gruber, 229 South Irving. I have other people that want to talk, but I have a feeling you're not going to be able to figure this out. I'm sorry, but it's a little bit hard to understand compared to most Zoom meetings because we can see you, but it's hard for us to figure this out. Okay, anyway, I was over at Kings Pond today, Kings Pond Park. What I wanted to know is, and I asked a couple of the residents, first of all, I'm thrilled you're fixing it up. Don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled. And the water looks clearer. I didn't know the dam would be taken down. I was very surprised to see that. And I was just wondering, it's been difficult for other people to get an actual blueprints or pictures or actual how it's being done and exactly how. I mean, with the house we could see how it was going to be done. We could see pictures, we could see a plan. And I wonder if there is anything that the public can get a hold of, whether we see it online or how we can see exactly, because I don't know, one of the residents was complaining about the curbs and felt that there'd be a lot of flooding problems because as it is now, when it rains, the water just seeps into the grass and they feel it's going to be caught on the curb. I'm very happy about taking the wall down along the side where the trucks go in. Putting trees there is great. And the parking little area looks good. But that was one comment. The second was, it really would be nice to see exactly what is being planned. And I just wonder if anyone had any idea about how ordinary public people could see it.
Where is our, we have a plan. So can we put that up on the website? Maybe it's probably up there somewhere. Maybe we can just refresh it and bring it up to the top.
I didn't see it, so thank you. I'll look.
Yeah, maybe for Chris maybe to weigh in, because I think we definitely have the plan somewhere. Or Nancy, actually. Nancy, did you have the plan?
Jovan did prepare a plan for us, and you all should have received that in your packet. I know that that was part of what Janet, Chris, and Jovan had worked on last week.
Is that in here? I don't remember actually seeing it.
I don't know if we have the plan.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, there was a map.
Okay.
In our packet?
Yes.
Yeah, that shows the outline of the pond.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I actually do now. Now that I see it now, I remember seeing it earlier. Great. So, why don't we get this up on the website? Then Ellie has a great point, and I think it helps everybody kind of visualize what this will look like. It's really pretty. It'll be great.
Okay, we'll get it on the website.
Do we have any other comments in the hearing?
I'm not showing anybody else raising their hands. If anybody's looking to raise their hand, it's an option on the bottom of the video screen. It says raise hand. No, I'm not showing anybody.
Thank you. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Newton,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
White. Walsh,
Yes.
and Hache.
Yes. Up next, we have the public hearing on Bergen County Historic Preservation Trust Fund grant application for the interior rehabilitation and barrier-free upgrades of the Zabriskie Shedler House. The proposed interior rehabilitation and barrier-free upgrades of the Zabriskie Shedler House were discussed earlier this evening. A public hearing on the interior rehabilitation and barrier-free upgrades at the Zabriskie Shedler House is required due to the fact that the village is submitting a grant application for this project to the Bergen County Historic Preservation Trust Fund. The public hearing this evening is specifically on the interior rehabilitation and barrier-free upgrades at the Zabriskie Shedler House, and the Village Council will only listen to comments from the public specifically on this matter. The public hearing is now open.
We have one. Oh, actually, it was Ellie.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Please identify yourself again.
Can you unmute me or am I?
You are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Ellie Gruber, 229 South Irving. Listen, I'm the least technical person of everyone here, and I don't know why we're having trouble because a lot of people were going to talk. So I don't know how we can fix this, but anyway, thank you for giving the opportunity. I just want to say how grateful the people around the house who live around the house in that neighborhood are for this chance to have a real neighborhood. You know, they've been neglected for a long time. Their school was taken away. They couldn't cross Route 17 when they took the light away. The kids couldn't take bikes and visit their friends. They've really been isolated. And now you're going to make it even for every section of Ridgewood to have some place to gather. When the field is done, it's going to be great, I know. And I really appreciate it. And I'm absolutely in favor of you applying for this grant. As you know, the Friends of the Zabriskie Shedler House are offering you some money also, and I hope you have an opportunity to take it. And I just want to remind you that several years ago, 2 years ago, when Bergen County had a hearing, an award ceremony, giving awards, one was given to late Isabella Altano, and the theme of the entire evening was "This Place Matters." And this place matters. It couldn't be any clearer. And I was so happy to hear Mrs. Hickey talk about how thrilled she was with how it looks. It's a beauty. It's been neglected. It has stood the test of time. It fought against all the people that tried to tear it down. And I'm so grateful to those of this council who saw the value in this. And I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. And you know, you have a whole neighborhood behind you. You have people that don't live in the neighborhood behind you. So all I can say is it's a very happy time for me. And I also want to applaud you all for doing what you're doing under these times. I think you're being great. Everything's working in the town. This isn't about the grant, I'm sorry. Yeah. Everything's working in the town. Our garbage is being collected. Our recycling is being collected. The water's on. I think people should appreciate how hard it is to do it under these circumstances. That's all.
Thank you.
I have a question. If we have people that Ellie, I think, just stated are waiting to speak in public comment, and for whatever reason they're having some technical difficulties, is this an opportunity, and I don't know if Matt can weigh in on this, can folks submit their comments by email and just have them attached to the record somehow? How do we
Matt?
how do we recognize that?
Well, I think one of the first things you got to do is find out why they are unable to get on and make the calls. It seems that some are, but some aren't. So there must be some hiccup with regard to their issues. I mean, their own electronic materials, I'm not sure. But you ought to find out about that. Second thing is, you can recognize in the minutes that there are other people and you'd be willing to accept emails and respond to them. It doesn't become part of the meeting, but it can become part of the history with regard to the particular issue that you're talking about. And so that's the way you would approach it. So if there are people who have comments with regard to this that want to get comments in and they can't at this time express them because of one issue or another with regard to the site, I'd be a little bit more concerned if nobody could get in, but some people can get in. Then I think it just has to be made noticed in the record and in the minutes that there may be other people, and you would accept any emails with regard to that, and maybe try and respond to them in the interim period before this, as this issue is being dealt with tonight in the public meeting. Just give yourself some time to be able to respond to the concerns that people may raise with regard to this issue. So that's the only thing you can do. It doesn't become part of the meeting. It just would become part of the record that you're willing to accept those later on. So
It's also a chat function. So if anyone's online, they could do it in the chat function, right?
Yeah.
And then I could read that out loud. So if anyone wishes to put it into the chat function, we'll give you a minute or two to do that, or to start to do that, and then we can read it into the record, in which case it would become part of the record.
right, that's the only other way you could do it. I didn't realize there was a chat function.
Yeah.
Great.
And for anyone who's looking, it's down at the bottom where your video is and the participants, and it says chat, and then you just start typing. And it just goes right into type message here. It's over to your right. And I guess if we wait a minute or so, we can see if anyone's interested in putting something into the chat area.
We do have one more individual raising their hand to talk.
Okay, so we have another comment in the meantime. Ms. Infantino, if you could please unmute yourself and then state your name and address. The mute is down at the bottom of the screen.
Bottom left.
She can just type her question as well.
Yes. You could also just go to the chat and type your comments as well, whichever you prefer.
You can ask to unmute. We have another person raising their hand too.
Okay, all right. Sure. We have Mr. Blueglass, if you'd like to unmute yourself and please.
Okay, where do I mute myself at the bottom?
We hear you. We hear you now.
Yes, we
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you could state your name and address, please.
Michelle Italia DeLugash with Alan DeLugash at 3 Betty Court in Ridgewood. I would like to thank the council for helping us in this endeavor. It is taking us a very long time to have something worthwhile, something distinct in representing just this part of Ridgewood, this section, which really does not have any sort of representation, as I call it, of the town of Ridgewood. A little bit of history. I would like to thank Susan for helping us put a sign on West Saddle River Road that indicates that this is part of Ridgewood. We have lived in this neighborhood for close to 40 years, and every time I was outside in my backyard or in the front of the house, they would ask me what town this was. Which was a little bit kind of sensitivity based on my part because there was no clear distinction. Historically, Ridgewood did start on West Saddle River Road before the train came through Ridgewood and West Saddle River Road. And there are 3 houses. Obviously, the Shedler house, I am very happy that the town was able to buy it and historically show the importance of the history that is so important to our area. The other house was near Racetrack Road, and I did do a history on 3 properties that are historically important within the town. Obviously, this one is going to be the one that will represent the true history of Ridgewood and enrich Ridgewood because it has a history. So it is also important, in my perspective, is the fact that I'm a realtor and I know what takes place. It's still part of Ridgewood, but somehow the same statistical, if you look at a property on this side of town versus the other side of town, somehow there is a discrepancy and in far as pricing of the property. So hopefully with a beautiful park, the neighborhood will be more desirable, which will help Ridgewood in the long run because the property values will go up in this area. And you'll get revenue, and the town will get revenue for that. That's another aspect of what I wanted to bring to your attention. And it will be a place where the other people in the other parts of town will come here and they will be able to use it because there are so many people in Ridgewood who say, where is that to begin with? So it would unite us more because there is no school, and it will unite us in the sense of being part of Ridgewood and understanding that other people or realtors will realize that that's a great area to live because there's a park there, there's activity, and the house will bring in a center of community life.
A place to meet.
A place to meet, a cultural center. I would have preferred to have the land, let alone being a retired teacher. It would have been a great opportunity for all the students in Ridgewood to do a dig, to look at the history of the revolution, where it began. We're not having that, but I'm happy at least that members and some of you have participated in helping us establish and bring to something into the town that will live for a long time, and it will be wonderful for everyone to share. Not just for the community here, not just for the people here that don't have a community or anything, but for the whole town. So thank you again, and hopefully we will proceed and take the next step after we completed the house.
Thank you. Dylan, so apparently the call-in number is no longer appearing at the bottom of the screen. I guess it was pasted onto the screen before, but it's no longer visible.
Why don't we give it again?
Fixed. There. We do have one more.
Okay.
Oops. I'll try this. It's Patricia.
There you go. So please identify yourself, name and address.
Patty Infantino, 6 bed.
Wait. You came out.
Patty has right?
Can you hear me?
Okay, now we can.
Okay.
Say it again, please.
Patty Infantino, 6 Betty Court. I'm thrilled that you have all worked to make the Zabriskie-Shedler house into part of Ridgewood, and I hope it will help to unite Ridgewood, as Michelle has pointed out, and even Ellie as well. Ridgewood is divided, and I'm hoping with this community center, or the use of this property as a community center, some people who don't even know are part of Ridgewood can come and participate in events that will be hosted there at this community center. So I think it'll be wonderful for the whole town. Of course, it's historic. West Saddle River Road used to be an Indian trail. Then, you know, about the revolution that Michelle talked about. And Isabel Altano pointed out how the house was so important in terms of a style of architecture that will be lost altogether if we don't keep it. So I'm so glad we've chosen to keep it and restore it, and now we'll use it for the community. And this part of the community feels underserved because we don't have the local school or park. So now we will have it. So we're thrilled that you have gone and followed through on this project, and we're looking forward. The house looks great. I mean, I'd love to see those before and after pictures. And I'm hoping that that we'll have many years of wonderful community projects and educational events and community events that will all ages of the village citizenry could participate in, and all parts of the town, more importantly, can participate in. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go one more.
We have another person, okay?
Yep.
Just please unmute yourself and then please give your name and address. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, is that me?
Yes.
Yes.
it's you.
Okay. My name is Mary Lou Handy, 695 Kingsbridge Lane.
Okay.
I want to say that I moved to this neighborhood in 1987, and then we moved out of town when our older children were older, and we came back to town about 4 years ago when we came back to the exact same neighborhood. We love it over here. It's, in spite of my friends, Patty and Michelle, I like the isolation in a way. It's Ridgewood's hidden gem over here. We looked all over because we said, you know, we wanted to walk around town, but we're so thrilled to be here in this neighborhood. I have two young daughters who are 6th grade and 7th grade, and we are thrilled to have a park down the street from our home, and we're looking forward to that. I have 5 children and grandchildren, and I know that this is going to be wonderful for the community, and I thank you all for doing it. As I said, we lived in this neighborhood for 20 years, and we moved away for about 15. But I came to the meetings with Patty and Isabel and everybody else because my older children are in their late 30s, and they were friends, but these are my friends at the time. And I'm a history teacher at GW. So for the history aspect of it, for the neighborhood people, we really appreciate it. My son was supposed to go to Glen School in kindergarten, and it was closed over the summer. It was fine. We love Haas School. We're not complaining. But we do appreciate, you know, the efforts. And I know that some people are suspect and why are we doing this and what's the importance? But as a history teacher, we need to preserve this area, this home. And I live right near the water, maybe flood zone. We won't mention that, but near the water. And there, you know, we look all the time for arrowheads and for other artifacts from the American Revolutionary War. So as a history teacher, as a neighbor in the neighborhood, I just wanted to call in and thank you for your leadership and not listening to the naysayers, and we're looking so forward to having this park in the Handy family. And thank you.
Thank you. We don't call it flood zone. We'll call it waterfront property.
Any others?
That's all I have right now.
And we have nothing in the chat.
Nothing in the chat? No.
No.
I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Newton,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Boyd,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Hache.
Yes.
Okay. The following resolutions, number 20-145 through 20-147, will be considered separately and read in full. Whereas the Bergen County Open Space Recreation Floodplain Protection Farmland and Historic Preservation Trust Fund, County Trust Fund provides matching grants to municipal governments and to nonprofit organizations for assistance in the development or redevelopment of outdoor municipal recreation facilities. And whereas the Village of Ridgewood desires to further the public interest by obtaining a matching grant of $100,562 from the County Trust Fund to fund the following project: Kings Pond Phase 3. And whereas the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood has reviewed the County Trust Fund Program Statement and the Trust Fund Municipal Program Park Improvement Application and Instructions, and desires to make an application for such a matching grant, to provide application information and furnish such documents as may be required. And whereas part of the application process, the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood held the required public hearing to receive public comments on the proposed park improvement in the application on May 27th, 2020. Whereas the County of Bergen shall determine whether the application is complete and in conformance with the scope and intent of the county trust fund. Whereas the applicant is willing to use the county trust fund in accordance with such rules, regulations, and applicable statutes and is willing to enter into an agreement with the County of Bergen for the above named project and ensure its completion on or about the project contract expiration date. Now therefore be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that 1, it is hereby authorized to submit the above completed project application to the county by the deadline of June 29th, 2020 as established by the county. 2, in the event of a county trust fund award that may be less than the grant amount requested above, the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood has or will secure the balance of funding necessary to complete the project or modify the project as necessary. And 3, the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood is committed to providing a dollar-for-dollar cash match for the project. And 4, only those park improvements identified and approved in the project application, its trust fund contract, or other documentation will be considered eligible for reimbursement. And 5, the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood agrees to comply with all applicable federal, state, and local laws, rules, and regulations in performance of the project. And 6, this resolution shall take effect immediately. You have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Who'd second?
I'll second.
Bernadette, you can have it. Take it. Take it.
I'm sorry, then who moved? I apologize.
Me.
Okay, Councilman Boyd, thank you. Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voight?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
And Hache?
Yes.
20-146. Whereas the Bergen County Open Space, Recreation, Floodplain Protection, Farmland, and Historic Preservation Trust Fund, County Trust Fund provides matching grants to municipal governments and to nonprofit organizations for assistance in the development or redevelopment of outdoor municipal recreation facilities. And whereas the Village of Ridgewood desires to further the public interest by obtaining a matching grant of $374,375 from the Bergen County Historic Preservation Trust Fund to fund the following projects: interior rehabilitation and barrier-free upgrades at the Zabriskie Shedler House. Whereas the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood has reviewed the County Trust Fund Program Statement and the Historic Preservation Trust Fund application and instructions, and desires to make an application for such a matching grant and provide application information and furnish such documents as may be required. Whereas part of the application process, the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood held a required public hearing to receive public comments on the proposed historic preservation improvements in the application on May 27th, 2020. Now therefore be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey as follows. 1, the village hereby authorizes the submission of an application to the Bergen County Historic Preservation Trust Fund Grant Program for 2020 grant for the interior rehabilitation and barrier-free upgrades to the Zabriskie Shedler House. 2, the village hereby authorizes Mayor Ramon M. Hache Sr. or his authorized designee for the application submission to sign the assurances. 3, the village will be requesting $374,375 through the grant application, and the village will match the requested amount with $374,375, utilizing a grant application to be submitted for consideration in the 2020 to the New Jersey Historic Trust Preserve New Jersey Grant Program, $499,167 anticipated, in accordance with grant rules and regulations, for a total project estimated to be $748,750. 4, this resolution shall be submitted as part of the 2020 grant application package submittal to the Bergen County Historic Preservation Trust Fund. 5, the mayor and the village clerk, together with all other appropriate officers, employees, professionals, and staff of the village, are hereby authorized and directed to take all steps necessary to effectuate the purpose of this resolution. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. Newton?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voight?
I'm in favor of keeping and restoring our history. However, I'm concerned there's no plan for this particular facility, especially from a self-sustaining standpoint. and that the cost is going to be borne for probably a long period of time by the taxpayer unless a plan is put in place. So until that happens, I am very concerned about this. I'm also in favor of the Zabriskie-Shedler Park, not necessarily the house until a plan is put in place. So my vote is no.
Walsh
Yes.
and Hache.
Yes.
And the final one, Resolution 20-147, resolution authorizing the digital submission of a grant application by the Village of Ridgewood to the New Jersey Historic Trust Preserve New Jersey program for a 2020 grant for interior rehabilitation and barrier-free upgrades at the Zabriskie-Shedler House owned by the Village of Ridgewood. Whereas the Village of Ridgewood Village is the owner of circa 1825 Zabriskie-Shedler House, located at 460 West Saddle River Road in the Village of Ridgewood. And whereas the village has been offered the opportunity to apply for a 2020 grant from the New Jersey Historic Trust Preserve New Jersey Grant Program. And whereas the village must make a digital submission of the grant application, which must be signed by an authorized representative of the Village of Ridgewood. Now therefore be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey as follows. 1. The village hereby authorizes the submission of a digital application to the New Jersey Historic Trust Preserve New Jersey Grant Program for a 2020 Capital Level 2 grant for the interior rehabilitation and barrier-free upgrades of the Zabriskie-Shedler House. 2. The village hereby authorizes Mayor Ramon M. Hache Sr. or his authorized designee for the digital application submission to sign the assurances. 3. The village will be requesting $499,166 through the grant application, and the village will match the requested amount with $499,167 utilizing match expanded for the first phase of work, $249,583, and a grant application to be submitted for consideration in 2020 to Bergen County, $374,375 anticipated, in accordance with grant rules and regulations, for a total project estimated to be $998,333. 4. This resolution shall be submitted as part of the 2020 grant application package submittal to the New Jersey Historic Trust. And 5. The mayor and the village clerk, together with all other appropriate officers, employees, professionals, and staff of the village, are hereby authorized and directed to take all steps necessary to effectuate the purpose of this resolution. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Newton,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
For mentioned reasons, I vote no.
Walsh,
Yes.
and Hache.
Yes. Motion to adjourn special public meeting and reconvene work session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hold on one sec. Back to my agenda here. All right. So our first discussion item is for Ridgewood Water. It's awarding a contract for servicing and repair of potable water pumping facilities. In 2018, a 2-year service contract was awarded to Williams Startup Company for servicing and repair of potable water pumping facilities. And in 2019, the Village Council awarded year 2 of the contract. At this time, an additional $100,000 was required for additional services to complete the 2020 contract year. This work is vital to maintaining operability of the system, and so the new contract total will be $500,000. It's an additional award to Williams Startup Company out of Flemington, New Jersey, in the amount of $100,000. So, Mr. Calby, if you would please explain what exactly makes up that $100,000, because as Ms. Perrin, I don't know if you were on at the beginning, she mentioned that she was a little confused as to what was included and what wasn't.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Hoping you can all hear me.
It sounds pretty bad, Rich.
Thank you.
Sounds like you're underwater, no pun intended.
All right.
Trying to make it better.
There's nothing I can fix on my end.
No.
You can hear me?
That was actually a little better. Try again.
Test. No. No.
Oh, let me try muting them. Unmute.
One sec.
Try unmuting. Try now.
No.
A little better. A little bit.
Dylan, would it help maybe if he muted his computer and dialed in to talk to us?
You can do that too.
That might be better.
Rich, if you click down by your microphone, there's an option to switch to phone audio, and it'll give you a phone number to call in on. Give him a second.
How about if he backed away from his microphone a little bit?
Maybe, I don't know.
That's got to do with people's bandwidths at home and everything. It comes and goes on people.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Better.
All right, let me turn the sound off on my computer so there's no feedback. Okay. All right, sorry about that. I heard you all fine. So just to follow up on the question and Heather's introduction on the additional award. Every 2 years, as Heather said, we do go out to bid on an open-ended service contract for repairs and replacements at our well facilities. It's everything from replacing a pump, a motor, rehabilitating, cleaning a well. And each year we set out at the beginning of the year on an estimate of what we'll spend for the year. So for 2020, we initiated not to exceed of about $400,000. That was approved in December of 19 by the Village Council. Through mid-May of this year, we have expended all of that money doing improvements on about 14 facilities. When we start that work at the beginning of the year, some work is planned. We leave an amount of money that we estimate as a contingency in case there's emergencies that arise. In this particular case, about half of the facilities we worked on were emergencies. Thus, we ran out of the $400,000 quicker than we had expected. And now we have 3 facilities that still remain to repair. The Hawthorne Interconnect, the Farview Well, and we do have to put a pump in Russell. That's not listed in my memo. Out of that $100,000, that's about $60,000 or so. I added another $40,000 to carry us through the remainder of the year in case another well or two has to happen to go out. That way we have that cushion for that work.
Any questions? Okay. We'll move on to the next item. We discussed restricting parking on Hammond Road and Second Place earlier or late in April, I believe. This is to limit it to 4 hours Monday through Friday, except holidays and Sundays and Saturdays due to bus commuters parking there who take the bus from Route 17. Deputy Mayor Newton had asked to see responses to the letter that was sent out to the surrounding property owners. There were 5 letters received, I believe, and 4 were in favor and 1 was opposed. However, I guess the one that was opposed just basically said that they felt that, I guess, the 4 hour wasn't enough time for their guests to visit. But certainly the people who lived on that street indicated that people parked there all day long, and they would appreciate it if we would institute this 4 hour time limit.
Yeah, so actually, I read all the letters and I appreciate that they were sent, and the one thing, and I support this because I read the letters, I hear what everybody's saying, but regarding the resident who sent the letter stating that the 4 hours isn't always enough time to have company come, maybe for a lunch or sitting in the backyard or doing something like that. So she has company coming, and sometimes parents come, maybe your kids come with your grandchildren, and they come to spend the day. So I sometimes feel that we pigeonhole everyone into this time, and there's really no place for her to go and park. And I guess she snarkily said that you could go and have her guest park over at Stop and Shop and of course 17. But it is something to address, and I think at some point we really need to start to look at this as to how residents do address that, other than calling the police department and just saying somebody's coming to visit, because it is an issue. So I support this. I just think that that's something we need to maybe have some kind of a formal procedure in place.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, then that'll be on for the next meeting. The next one is electric vehicle parking spaces in the Hudson Street parking garage. The parking garage currently has parking spaces designated for electrical vehicles to be parked on level 2, which will be premium parking permits. If this is a popular feature, the garage also has conduit that would permit additional electric vehicles with spaces on level 3 if we wish to do so. There will also be 13 spaces for motorcycles on various levels. This ordinance would designate the spaces to electric vehicles use and provide language that 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles will be charged the same to park as any other vehicle, a car, a truck, whatever. So that's that ordinance. Any comments or questions? Okay. The next item is awarding contract under state contract. This is for a 2021 Kenworth T370 tandem axle chassis with a 29-yard Packer body. This is for our division of solid waste to pick up solid waste. This is under the Sourcewell contract, and it would be awarded to Gabrielli Truck Sales of Hicksville, New York, in the amount of $204,856.22. And this is in the 2020 solid waste capital budget. Do you have any questions or comments? We have several items that we're declaring surplus. The first is 4 Goodyear loader tires for the Department of Public Works. These are worn and used, and they're unsuitable for road use anymore. Usually when we dispose of these kinds of tires, they're $125 each, but there may be an individual that may be interested in several of the tires and would take them at no charge to the village. So in order for that to occur, we would have to declare that property surplus first. The next declaring surplus is 2 front-end loaders for the Department of Public Works. These loaders are 1997, which is vehicle SD-180, and 1998, which is vehicle SD-202. They basically have gotten to the point that further repairs would be a poor use of funds. We received a good offer for a trade-in for a new loader, so this would be beneficial in declaring these 2 loaders surplus. The next one is actually, it says 2 Ford Taurus wagons. It's actually just 1 Ford Taurus wagon. It's a 1999. The vehicle number is MP228. The vehicle was used in the general motor pool and most recently by the building department until the antifreeze leak got too severe. This would be declared surplus. It's no longer worth repairing, and at that point we may auction it on municipal bid. The next one to be declared surplus are 3 pickups, pickup trucks, which were used by the traffic and signal department. They're inoperable. The vehicles have gotten to the point, again, that further repairs would be a poor use of funds. The vehicle numbers are SI-63, which is a 2001 Ford pickup with a plow, SI-69, which is a 2003 Ford pickup with a plow, and SI 247, which is a 1999 GMC pickup. And the last one item is a catch basin cleaner from the Streets Division. This vehicle, again, has gotten to the point where it doesn't make sense to make further repairs because it would be a poor use of our funds. It's vehicle number SD 184. It's a 1996 GMS top kick truck with a catch basin cleaner body. And so we have taken delivery of the new catch basin cleaner. So we'd like to declare this surplus. Any questions on any of those surplus vehicles? Okay. The next one is the Board of Education defeated budget. The only thing I want to mention at this point is that the subcommittee of Councilwoman Walsh, Deputy Mayor Knudsen, myself, Mr. Rooney, Antoinette Kelly from the Board of Ed, the Business Administrator, Dr. Fishbein, the Superintendent of Schools, Board Member Sheila Brogan, and new Board Member Hanju, I hope I said that right, Kwok. We all met, we discussed possible cuts and reductions in the budget. We are actually going to meet again tomorrow night, and then we'll bring it back to the full Village Council June 3rd, and we'll actually have a special public meeting that evening, hopefully to adopt a resolution for the recommended budget cut. It was certainly a robust discussion, and we did go back and forth, and they're coming back with some ways that they could feasibly see cutting the budget. And as I said, we'll bring it back to you on June 3rd. So that's really all I wanted to say at this point, because we don't have definitively yet from the Board of Ed what's going to be done. So as soon as we have that, we will discuss it with the entire council. The next one is authorizing the execution of periodic reporting to the DEP for the North Walnut Street lot. The village has been working with Brinkerhoff Environmental Services for several years to address the underground storage tanks, which are in the North Walnut Street lot. At this time, several reports are due to NJDEP, and these reports require an authorized signature on behalf of the village. The resolution, which we would consider, would authorize Christopher Ardesauser, our village engineer, to be the employee authorized to sign the paperwork to the DEP related to this matter on behalf of the village. That's pretty standard for us. The next one is the opening of Graydon Pool and the day camp decision. So I just want to start actually with the day camp part of it. My understanding, and I'm just wishing to get confirmation from the council, is that based on Ms. Bigos, Ms. Citrullo's, and my recommendation, that we decided not to go forward with the day camp, being that there are obviously children who would have to wear masks and keeping them apart from each other, and having to do a lot of sanitizing, that it just really wasn't realistic, unfortunately, for this year. And so I just want confirmation from the council that my interpretation of that was correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So that's good, okay, I was correct. So the next part of the discussion is about Graydon Pool. So the governor, as Mayor Hache said, has not yet given guidance for bathing beaches, which is how Graydon is classified, as well as regular public pools, in-ground pools. You've been given financial information as well as a plan to implement it. I'll have Nancy Bigos summarize the plan and the information, and then I'll have Mr. Rooney speak to the financial part of it. So I guess we'll start with Ms. Bigos, and what kinds of what your plan is for going forward, and what types of things, if we do open Graydon, we'll have to do, which we would not normally have had to do if it weren't for the pandemic, which we're currently experiencing.
Well, I guess to begin with this evening, that there are several areas of importance that I have discussed in length with professional colleagues throughout the state, staff the 3 CPOs that we have hired in the past to run our grade and pool facility. First and foremost would be the health of our residents and addressing some of the questions regarding sanitization, whether or not the disease is transmitted in the water. Some concerns are about liability, the need to have waivers signed by our patrons. We have several in our files from other municipalities that are doing this type of thing. Many discussions on social distancing, the need to have to wear masks on the beach, limiting the numbers of patrons at the pool, what our day would look like if and when the governor approves us to move forward and open as a recreational swimming facility. Enforcement is something that we have addressed. The need for monitors, monitors in the parking lot, monitors at the restrooms, monitors to maintain social distancing. And then the extra expense involved in all of this. What is this going to look like? And where are we with those numbers and moving forward? So what I have shared with you is several pages of first our revenues, as Deputy Mayor Knudsen had asked that we put together, looking at the numbers of patrons available if we were, and what a venue is. And I will tell you, within the last 3 weeks, I have asked everybody that I can, what is a venue? And can somebody please explain that to me? And I have not gotten an answer from the state on that. So so you've looked at this revenue prediction for Plan A would bring our revenue, if we were to charge $10 per person and have those split shift days that we talked about, that would give us 50 patrons in the kiddie section, 50 in the shallow, and 30 patrons in the deep, allowing us also to have 20 employees on the premises, giving us 3 different venues of 50 people each. So the revenue prediction, if we were to open July 1st, August, and September, would be $169,000. If we change that up a bit and looked at 30 people per venue, then that would be 30 in the kiddie, 30 in the shallow, and again, 30 in the deep. And that would bring us then a revenue of $117,000. And then if we just kept it the same and didn't charge our residents, there would be obviously no revenue collected on that. Projected expenses, as you can see on the next page, is rather complicated. Would be the staff that we require each and every day of operation. In the past, this has been a 94-day program. So depending on what we're looking at now with the different scenarios, if we opened July 1st, it would be a 31-day. If we opened in August, if 31, and then just in September, we're looking at, I believe it's 3 days, because this is a leap year, and this is the year the children go back to school early, and leap year is on the 7th. So Labor Day is on the 7th. So in front of you, you have the expenses. We definitely have to train our staff. All of our waterfront lifeguards go through a very intense orientation with the drowning dummy, with CPR, with AED, with rescues, with surfacing. So that would be June for us. And then we're looking at expenses. July at 31 days would be $63,661. For the 31 days in August, it's $56,789. Different. I'm sorry, August. And then September would be just $17,265. So it broke it down according to badge numbers, security numbers, lifeguards, manager, and then other expenses. So
I think I just wanted to, I think I wanted to mention that the day, the split shift day, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Nancy, I think you said one session would be from 10:30 to 2:30. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you would close for an hour and sanitize?
Right.
And then
we would have.
Then it would be 3:30 to 7:30, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So that introduction and all of the operation proposals was on the front page, and that we had talked about before.
I'm just really saying it for the people who are listening who don't have the backup material that we have, so that they're aware. And so the cost of the badge would be daily, would be half days, and it would be $10 for the half day. And I assume that's regardless if it's a child or adult. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so no season badges at all. And the other thing I think that we've spoken about, Nancy, is that you would like to, if possible, limit it to residents, just because it's such a reduced amount of people that we can have there.
Well, that would be my recommendation, because of the reduced numbers, that our residents would have the first opt to be able to purchase a badge. So what I think I also, in that cover sheet, I explained to you, and I'm sorry, Heather, I didn't go over all of the operations and the proposal. I just had assumed that you had read all of that. But there are amenities that we already know because of the social distancing that will not be available to our residents. Those would be the spray fountains, the showers, Adirondack chairs, the diving boards, the rafts, volleyball and basketball courts, the recreational games of shuffleboard that the children play in the back section. Our picnic areas will not be allowed at all. So no picnic tables, the girls will not be able to use, nor can we use the sheltered pavilion. The playgrounds within the village are already off limits for socializing and play. I can share with you that the Water's Edge Cafe concessionaire has already asked that we rescind his contract for this year. There will be no instructional swim program, no competitive grade and swim team, no story time, no lending library, and no special events or gatherings of any time. So that gives you an idea of where we are. And I guess,
I think if you could also mention, I know some of the surrounding towns have bathing beaches similar to Graydon, and if you could just mention what they are doing at this time.
Sure. As a matter of fact, I can tell you that Jimmy Graff, the director for Memorial Pool in Fair Lawn, called today and wanted to know exactly where we were, what kind of measures we were talking. Are we preparing? Are we getting ready? What are we trying? How are we? His question was, how are we determining the social distancing on the beach and what methods are we using. They're using cones. We had talked about hula hoops, the need for our residents to social distance, and what method we're going to use. On Friday, I took a ride up to Crestwood Lake in Allendale because we had some conversation that, Allendale was open. Crestwood Lake is very similar to Graydon, that it is also a park. So in riding up there and entering that facility, I did notice that their fields were closed, and all of the fields are signed closed. Their basketball courts, their tennis courts, their playgrounds are all locked. Their pool is full. There were people located on the beach, but as I was exiting the pool, the facility, I noticed that there was one of those electronic billboards that read, "Absolutely no swimming allowed." So, many of my colleagues are preparing, kind of waiting for when the governor is going to make a decision and what that's going to look like. I know that Dawn and I talked earlier today. We also had some questions regarding the difference between a bathing beach and a lake and a lake, and Graydon kind of is in the middle. It is a bathing beach. It's not a lake. So you can't compare it to something like Lake Apacon or Greenwood Lake, which are natural facilities and the size of them. They're obviously not a cement bottom facility. And we sort of kind of are a lake, which is a combination of the two. It's a facility that is man-made, but that is filled. So that's kind of sort of where we are with that.
Okay, and so Dawn, if you could just give some input about, I know you had a conversation with the person from the state about, whether or not Graydon should be, considered a lake or a pool, and that person actually has been to Graydon before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you could elaborate on that.
So yeah, I spoke with Lowell Muter, who's the head of the state, regarding the pools, and I was questioning where the plaque would fall with the new regulations, and he was going to get back to me. And actually, while we were on the council meeting, he did get back to me and say that Graydon would not fall under, because he originally said it would fall under a lake, and I wanted to confirm that's what he was saying, and then he wanted to just double check, and he got back to me and said that it would not fall under the lake, and that he didn't have any further guidance from the state as far as a plaque, because there are a few plaques in New Jersey, the sand bottom, pool type man-made lake bathing beach. So they didn't have any more guidance on what to do with them.
And if you could just reiterate any concerns you might have about opening Graydon and what kind of protocols we'd have to follow to do so.
So one of the main concerns that I have is any information I find states that 1 part per million chlorine would kill the virus, but Graydon has 0.01 part per million. So, if the social distancing is adhered to, then I'm not concerned. I'm just concerned that how kids are going to go in Graydon in the kiddie area and social distance, thinking of 4-year-olds, are they able to actually social distance in that area? Thinking about kids, on the diving board in the bigger area, bigger section, not as concerned. It's more of the younger kids and how they're social distancing.
And as far as sanitizing any of the areas, what would have to be done? Like the bathrooms, any other touch areas, I guess the badge office, what would be the protocol?
It would almost be like any area that gets touched or used would have to be wiped down after each use to protect people.
So I just want Mr. Rooney to kind of walk you through the, Nancy did, but just the finances, just so he can kind of go over it with you, because I know he finalized the numbers for this wading pool operating costs that you have before you.
So just to compliment Nancy and her team, we started this process a couple of weeks ago, and going back and forth, they were able to put into categories what the cost of operating the pool would be this year. The first drastic number that they came up with was, what's it going to cost to open the pool? And that number is approximately $85,000. That's right out of the gate, and that does not include any additional staff or equipment that may be required by COVID-19. So you're starting at 85, and it's most likely going to go up from that number. Then, assuming that you get the attendance that she estimated with the $10 per day per person, the minimum loss that you're going to incur during the year is $50,000. So if you look at her numbers and her projections, the best case scenario is a loss of $50,000. These are tough times. Our revenue streams are being strained. We have court fines, we have tax concerns that we worry about. So cash is very critical right now. Of course, council can determine whether they want to move forward with this or not. But I just think the cost is, like I said, it's starting at $85,000. That could possibly get up to $100,000 just to open it up. So that's, and again, my compliments to Nancy and her staff. I think they did a great job putting this together. And I look forward to next budget season when I'm going to ask both of them, or three of them, to come work for me for a while.
So, at this point, I guess, is there any questions or comments that you'd like to make?
Yeah, so just a couple of questions. So if when we're looking at how many folks can come and be social distanced properly, are we taking into account that people come as families, and so families are clustered, and so it's not the individuals that are social distanced, but in fact families? I mean, because the guy got a house full of family here, not social distancing. So if we all went to the beach together or Graydon together, we're going to put out our stuff and cluster. So has that been factored into this?
So the challenge that we have, Deputy Mayor, is that with all of these regulations that are coming, all these executive orders, no one has explained to us exactly what a venue is. So I took it upon myself to, after our conversation last, that, some people are saying that the pool is a venue, or a park is a venue, or a building is a venue, an open space is a venue, a ball field. I don't know. So what I did was I looked at the setup of the pool and what our staff would feel comfortable operating. And I divided that into 3 different venues to be able to give us the greatest use of the facility at that time. So the kiddie section became a venue. The shallow end on Linwood Avenue became a venue. And then the deep end of the pool also became a venue. But no, to answer your question, there is no definition from the governor's office on what a venue is.
I didn't ask for the definition of venue. All I asked was when you did those calculations of how many people were in the venue, and properly social distance given the space. And I guess you did it based on a number, a maximum number, but wouldn't that number go up if you were talking about families?
I don't think the governor cares. If it's a family, it's people.
Right.
So it's people allowed to gather. He doesn't differentiate between neighbors or individuals. It's the number of people allowed to gather.
And then just jumping over to amenities for a second. So, it's interesting that basketball courts for a single individual would be closed, or that volleyball, because tennis courts are open. So could a volleyball court become a place for so that then could be open, because if tennis is open, why wouldn't badminton be open? So is that like something, from a creative, to be creative, to think of different things? And I think that the reason I raise that is because I personally think that we should be filling the pool, and for a number of reasons. But putting that aside, even if you couldn't, just like you went to Crestwood and it wasn't swimming, but people were kind of around, if they could go and play badminton or different, activities that maybe facilitated social distancing, that might be beneficial. And so the question is, can there be some creativity in that? Not that badminton's creative, but just asking.
Well, I'm certain that there can be. Right now, what we've been able to do is just limit the tennis play to singles, because this goes against everything that I believe as a parks and recreation professional. For the last 30 years, I have tried to improve the quality of life in the village of Ridgewood by offering programs where people can participate with one another, that can try a new interest, to encourage socialization. So these are challenges for me that, that run against what I believe, to be honest with you. So I'm understanding that what the governor is looking for us to do is to discourage our residents to socialize. They are not permitted to gather. So, for the same reason that, we're not offering parades and concerts and the 4th of July, Wax Day or RBS Day, it runs against what we believe in and what we're trying to do in society. So I don't know how to play badminton with 2 people. Yes, I'm sure you can. Volleyball with 2 people. Yes, I'm sure you can. But right now, these are the limits that are coming down to us. This isn't my idea of how I would like our summer to look.
I'd like to maybe go back to a point that that the deputy mayor was trying to make with families and everything. So if you had areas that were 6 feet apart along the sand, and they were marked with cones or hula hoops or however you can do it, the idea from your interpretation of what the governor is saying is you would put like one person in this area, so they would be 6 feet apart from everybody else. But I think what the deputy mayor was getting at was, if somebody has 3 kids and it's a mom or a dad or something like that, it's 4 people, they already live together, they're eating together, they're in the same house, they're in the same car. You can't social distance from your family. Maybe sometimes people want to social distance from their family, but you really can't. So if a whole family shows up, couldn't you put like 4 people in one of these 6 foot distance kind of areas, and maybe if one person shows up, then they go in the next one, and then maybe like a brother and a sister or something show up and they go in the next one? Would it have to be that if you showed up with a family of 4. Now all of a sudden you would have to be spread out 6 feet apart from everyone along the beach.
So I guess that this is where the misunderstanding is. Obviously, families will be able to socialize together. The limits that we have now are on gatherings of 25 people. So we are only permitted to allow 25 people per venue. It doesn't matter if it's my entire family and your entire family and Susan's family and Janet's family, we're almost to 25. So of course you're going to be with your family and I'm going to be with mine, and we would, which is a normal occurrence on the beach. It's what we do as humans anyway. We social distance ourselves. So that's a normalcy. But what I'm trying to explain to you is I'm only allowed to have 25 people per venue right now, and that just happened over the weekend. Last week it was 10 people. My prediction is for opening, if we did a July opening, my hope and prayer would be 50 people per venue. And those are the figures that we try to anticipate for you, moving forward. It's hard to predict this, Michael, because I don't know.
I totally understand that. And it's, I personally kind of get annoyed when, people are talking about what's going on and they say, well, whoever they might be, bureaucrats or politicians or whatever, people say, well, they don't know what they're doing. They're just making this up as they go along. Well, yeah, this is kind of unprecedented.
It's a pandemic. Yeah,
there was a pandemic was 100 years ago. Like, there's no book that says, oh, well, the pandemic is here this year, so, here's the plan off of the shelf that we have ready for it. This is kind of a brand new thing that everybody is making it up as they go along, because there's no playbook for this. Like, this is really the first time in modern history that we have to deal with this as a society. So, I mean, it is a tough thing. I don't fault anybody for making it up as they go along. People are doing the best that they can with the information that they have in, all walks of life. It's just that, I would want to kind of go along the lines of hoping that some of these restrictions, as they have been eased over the weekend, we don't know if there's going to be more easing. There may be. And, I think I said in my comments before, by the time July rolls around, there could be easing. Maybe you're allowed 50 people, maybe more, maybe less, but we really don't know. So it makes it an incredibly difficult decision to make. But I always want to kind of fall on the side of being hopeful that we can offer at least something to our residents, because so much has been taken away, like concerts and parades and there's almost anything that you could do over the summer has really been taken away. And if we can offer at least a little bit to some of our residents in the hopes that things will get better and some of the restrictions would ease, I'd be in favor of that. And again, if we take a turn for the worst or something unpredictable happens, because the whole situation is unpredictable, well, then, we'd have to be kind of nimble enough to say, well, we tried, but we just couldn't do it for this year. So that's kind of where I am.
Nancy, I have a quick question. Actually, a couple questions. First, how long does it actually take to fill the pool, to, turn on the faucet and fill it? It's unfortunate, but
well, interesting enough, Tim Cronin was in the office yesterday, and Tim tells me it takes 10 days.
10 days. Okay, so that's good. That's good information, because in 10 days we can act fairly quickly. Here's the one thing that's kind of, yesterday Councilwoman Walsh and I were in a meeting and with the Board of Ed, and we were talking about all the social distancing and separation, and one bus for 10 kids as opposed to 50 kids. And then somewhere in the mix, somebody said, I fully anticipate contact sports will be back in business in very short order. And I thought, well, if that's the case, all of this discussion is for naught. And the reason I raised that particular conversation, Nancy, is because at the beginning of this meeting, as we were going through our council reports, Mayor Hache laid out a plan for the central business district to put tables in the roadway and to have corridors of walking east and walking west on Ridgewood Avenue, and the tables would be, if I remember all of the details, Ramon, sorry, if I don't want to, make a mess of your plan, but he talked about this whole thing where the retailers are going to be in the street, and the tables are going to be in the street, and the people are going to be eating and meandering, and there's a whole bunch of activity and a lot of motion that goes with that. And what I'm kind of missing, I guess, in this mix is that concept, that plan doesn't comport with this plan that says you can only have 20 people or 40 people or 75 people. And how many acres is the park?
It's per venue. We're going back to the venue.
I don't know. That's not what I'm asking. I got the venue thing, but somehow we'll go. Well, I'll take your venue. I'll take your acreage. Somehow that venue that you're applying to Graydon seems to not apply to putting tables in the street and having the restaurants serve meals and coming in and out and preparing food and or getting food delivery and preparing food, bringing food out to the table, handling money and transactions. So something, for me, there's a very big disconnect. There's a huge disconnect for me. So I'm not really getting the whole thing. It seems like, it just seems no logic, no reasoning, no continuity, no consistency, nothing. It's just a headless octopus. So my question is, if it's 10 days to fill the pool, and we know that that's going to be an $80,000 bill, I guess the question is, because we seem to really can't get a definition of a venue, and I can't imagine a venue is isolated to X amount of square feet, or because again, this gets into gatherings of 10 people. If you put 10 people in my kitchen versus 10 people in my mother's kitchen, it's there's a big difference in space. So it's all relative. So I think the question for me right now is, how quickly can we act? What is the lead time that we need to say, okay, this is a go, but nonetheless, no matter what, I think that we should be filling the pool and letting people, just like Crestwood, bring their lawn chairs, play badminton, hang out, maybe kick a little ball or whatever. So I think that we do have a need to fill the pool. So I guess that's the question. What is the lead time we need to get all of this organized?
I'm sorry, Sue. I'm not understanding your question.
What is the lead time to get all of this organized? We know that it's 10 days to fill the pool. What is the lead time to get how much time do we need to, if you were to organize scenario 1, net plan A, scenario 1, plan A, how much time do you need to achieve that? What is your lead time?
Well, it depends on the sand has to be delivered and moved. I've got repairs that need to be done to the dock, fencing repairs that have to be done. The chlorination system has to be turned on and put into order. The aerators have to be tested and functional. So infrastructure-wise, that probably will be 2 weeks, and then another week operationally to set up the 4 offices that are over there. We'll need to bring the computers and set them up in the badge office. We're going to have to do the same for the first aid room, same for the manager's office, all of the supplies, all of the equipment. And then we're going to have to train staff, which will be a challenge this year, with the non-touching and the socialization and sanitizing. So I'm thinking 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay, fair. And but the 2 weeks for infrastructure and the 1 week operationally, there can be some overlap there, no? I mean,
there can be. Mm-hmm.
So in theory, that the infrastructure and operationals could be 2 weeks because it's 1 week and 2 weeks, but it could actually all happen within a 2 week time frame.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then just one more time, I'm sorry. What is the time to get it trained and do all of that? What did you just say? Sorry.
In the past, it's been 1 full week of 40 hours for the staff. I'm going to have to say that it's going to be at least a week and a half because the groups are going to have to be divided and trained individually. We also need to find out what the COVID-19 protocols will be. And the staff have to be trained in all of that, primarily the waterfront staff, the lifeguards, so that they know, and which I don't know, how rescue will be performed. So those types of things are going to play into, this training and where we are.
Okay. Okay. Somebody else. I'm kind of okay right now.
Nancy, I guess as I'm listening to all the comments that everybody's making, I guess my big concern is if we're limited to just say 25 people, and as somebody else mentioned, a family of 5 comes. In theory, you're only going to be allowed 5 families for an entire pool. If it's 50 people, that's going to be 10 families. So, I mean, functionally, is that even going to make sense? I guess that's where this is all, because, it is the experience. When my kids were little, we would have, kind of a schedule of what we did. They'd first go in the water, and then they'd play in the sand, then they'd eat something, and then they'd go on the playground. And then, so now, essentially, you can't do any of the other stuff. We don't know if you can even use the bathrooms. So you're basically just going to come, plop down, and be there for a limited time so that we can get other people. You're going to have to kind of filter people in and out. And it just doesn't make sense to me that because I'm wondering about all of these employees that are summer employees. They're going to need a job. They're going to need an answer. They're not going to wait around for us to say, yeah, we're going to open July 1, and they're not going to be having income for a month. I guess, those are the concerns that I have in listening to everything. It's just not making sense. The money side of it, yeah, we open it every year. We have that cost every year. But if we're only going to be able to filter in 5 families at a time, that certainly doesn't make sense to me at all. Unfortunately, because obviously I'm a huge supporter of Graydon.
I'm concerned as well as it relates to the employees that we hire, and their commitments. We have to. Some of these people who have summer jobs, they want an 8-week, at least an 8-week summertime job. If we only give them part-time jobs, it's going to be very hard, I think, to find people to be able to fill part-time positions. I think it'll be a challenge for you, Nancy. Dawn, you mentioned, was it chlorine? You said 1 part per million kills the COVID, and we only have 0.01 parts per million. So we're not killing the COVID if it's in the water. Is that right? Or
there's no evidence, and I asked the state on that because I asked that specific question. That anything I find says 1 part per million, and Graydon, a regular pool would have the 1 part per million or higher. but Graydon can only have up to 0.01. So that was my question that I had asked. And he said that it was more of the distancing with Graydon that would be the trigger, or the safety, not the chlorine. So he didn't really have an answer if the 0.01 would kill it. And I haven't been able to find that answer. Everything I find says 1. So
yeah, okay.
And that's why I was saying, like, I understand in the deep end and for the older kids, it's just for the younger, the younger group and the little kiddie play area. I mean, my kids are older now, but just thinking about when I used to go to the lake in my town, my kids would play together, but they would be playing with other kids. So I think the social distancing is going to be hard on that part about it. And I just also wanted to, have we talked to the residents? Are they wanting to go? Like, is there a need? I'm just wondering if we're going through all this and then people are, not planning on going. Like, have we had any feedback on that?
That's a good question. Susan, you probably have some insights into that. One other concern I do have, though, and it relates to what Bob said, is the fact that we're likely to lose at a minimum $50,000, and based on what's going on with with the economy right now, and I'm assuming our tax receipts may become more challenged over time, over this year. A bogey of $50,000 is not is probably not a good thing. That's another concern I have.
So did I understand, but on this chart, and I'm just trying to find the page, that folks already purchased the preseason passes? I'm just trying to find that sheet.
Yeah, it's near, it's like halfway through before all the backup from the CDC. They have print, according to this, right, Nancy? This year, whereas last year, May 1st, we had 307. May 1st this year, we have 38. That's for adult. Children, we have 460. This year, we have 35.
Wait, I'm just looking for the page. Sorry. I know
Okay.
I did see it, but I'm just looking for it now. Sorry.
And I mean, granted, some of the reason we may have low enrollment is because we haven't really said it's absolutely open, because we don't know what the governor's going to say. So if more people, if we could say we are definitively going to be open, these numbers might certainly increase. I mean, that's possible, And I could understand why people might be reluctant to pay at this time, where we don't know what we're going to do. Obviously, anyone who has paid, if we wouldn't open, we would refund the money. But
so now, Nancy, just another question then. So do we have a mail, like an email list of people that purchased last year?
Yes. Yes, we do.
So what if we, I think Dawn's a great point, Dawn. I appreciate the point that Dawn made relative to whether or not, do we even know what the interest would be if you did open it up? Mm-hmm. So is that something that we can send out a mass email with a little brief questionnaire that I'm sure we could work on and say, here's, like 6 questions, or like a little survey monkey, 6 questions that would give us the quick feedback, and we can get a flavor for whether or not people are just going to go, yeah, I'm just not doing that. Or people are stuck at home. Their kids have been kind of in the house all this time. And in my mind, I think that there's going to be a real demand. So I think maybe we could do that. Is that an option?
Absolutely. Sure. That's something that we can look into.
I think that'd be a great thing to do, to get the feedback and get a better sense of what the scope is.
the demand, because, you know, a lot of people I think are very eager to get back to some sort of normal routine. You know, grading is for a lot of families, as Councilwoman Walsh mentions, more of a tradition as well. That's part of the summer experience. And maybe some people have rethought their summer plans. Maybe we're gonna have more people around this summer and who would welcome the opportunity to go. You know, even if it's just to sit in the sand and just not be home, you know, be somewhere else other than being at home.
Yeah, that's a great point. So maybe we did. Nancy, how many people do you think would be on your email list? Roughly?
We have several. So it would be all of the residents that have purchased a Graydon pool badge, a tennis badge, or a pickleball badge. That is on one side. Yeah.
So it's a sizable number.
Yes.
And then if we wanted to, if we did it like just a quick 5 question, I know, you know, maybe somebody has some thoughts about what kind of questions we could ask. Not only could we do it through that, we could also just post it on social media and ask other folks to kind of, you know, lean in and answer the survey and see what other people who might not even be so familiar or past users. Maybe that's a way we can even get those numbers. And if we do it real quick, we say, look, this is 3 or 5 days, and then we're back. You know, we could do it pretty quick and get it done.
Maybe a question for Dylan. Dylan, if we can send out that link on social media so that it's not just people who have purchased membership, you know, season passes from Graydon in the past, but also anybody else in town who's maybe thinking about, you know, being here and sticking around that normally, you know, wouldn't go to Graydon. Would we be able to have that survey up there fairly quickly?
Yeah, the minute you guys get me the questions, I'll put them right up onto SurveyMonkey and I'll get it onto the website and share it out to all our social.
And then just because of that, that's like I think there's 2 critical pieces there: identifying the users that already exist, and then that piece of the social media. So if we design this, could we design it where it's a survey that goes out by email, and then, you know, like email survey, and then separate, you know, a piece of it, some identification that it came from social media? Can we kind of separate those 2 out?
You would have to create 2 different surveys, one for social media and one for emailing out.
Yeah, that might be too cumbersome, right?
Yeah.
Easier to get this straight up. Well,
With the email and going onto the website, can you have an IP address, a way to track it by IP address? Is that how it will be done?
It does it by IP just so you don't get duplicates or triplicates by the same user.
But if you have data being collected via email and data being collected on the website, can we kind of figure out which ones are duplicates based on the IP address that they're each coming from?
Yeah, well, it depends. If you're also asking in it for the person to identify themselves, such as by age or by email address. This way, if it's a family and each person answers separately, or you're going to put in the questionnaire, how many people from your family will be going, because that might be one question you want to get, because you might have one family has 2 people, you might have another family that has 5 people. So
maybe that's the answer, Dylan, to on the online survey to request that people enter an email address.
Yeah, that'd be the easiest way to identify.
I think to Ramon, all we need to actually do is ask the question: did you visit Graydon in 2019? Whatever last was. I don't know what year this is. So we all we need to do is ask that question. Did you did you use it in the past, you know, between 2015 and 2019, and just one question. And then at least if we have that like a 5-year window, 4-year window, we know that those were the users that maybe likely were via email, and then we'll have the other ones, they wouldn't click that box then, or you've never used it. So it's either yes or no. Okay, we can work on this. We can get this help.
I just have one concern, which I'd like to address to Mr. Rogers. I just wondered, if we filled the pool and we weren't ready to open, and we're not sure if we're going to open, my concern would be liability. Because a pool, water, without chemicals, without proper treatment, without aeration, I would be concerned that we might have, you know, kids who might decide to go in at night, you know, things like that. I would just, that would be a concern of mine.
Yeah, it's a theory under the law called attractive nuisance, and you provide that. You do expose yourself with regard to that. If you're going to, you know, fill the pool up, it might attract people that might, you know, jump in at night and do something like that. And I know that one episode that happened many years ago, back in the 70s or so, was a tragic one with something like that. So you do have some exposure, but you know, whether proper steps can be taken to do that timely and like is something that needs to be explored. But there is an exposure from a liability standpoint.
But I mean, but Matt, I mean, you know, an incident in the 70s, tragic, obviously.
Yeah,
That attractive nuisance exists.
Whether you fill it early or not.
Well, whether you fill it or not, because at night when the pool is lifeguards on duty, as many of us know, the kids are hanging out there or have been hanging out there and open the night room and they smoke cigars. So that attractive nuisance exists, whether it's either
Well,
filled.
Yeah, I think Heather's question is that if we fill it up, does that give us an exposure or create a different problem than leaving it the way it is right now? And the answer is, yeah, I mean, it does, because you do get that situation. You do have that circumstance. And, you know, we would have to take the same security steps that we do during the summer when it is open and closed, you know, when it is open for the season, but closed at night, to make sure that nobody's, you know, misusing it or running around in there. So you've got to do that. There's an exposure. If you keep it without water, there's less of an exposure. So.
Okay.
So we're going to put together the survey. We're going to do a quick turnaround, and then we're going to come back with that information. Since we don't have guidance from the governor anyway, you know, perhaps we can report on that next week's meeting. You know, it's a public meeting. As a third, it's a work session. So that would be nice if we could report at that meeting. And, you know, maybe by then the governor will do something. Who knows? Maybe.
And if we get a big response to our survey and everybody says, yes, we want great, and we could send a survey to the governor.
And it's interesting, when I did a quick survey of people with parking permits, and I said prompt response needed, I got quite a big response, and it was a very short time frame. It was maybe 4 days over a weekend. And so I'm hopeful if we say something like that in it, you know, this survey is going to close on this date. Hopefully, you know, if we get it out by Thursday or Friday, and we say it's going to close by Tuesday at noon, hopefully we will be able to get enough people to respond very quickly. And, you know, I think social media is going to be key in getting it out. So I think that's a great idea. Okay, so we're ready to move on to the next item?
Yes.
Okay. So our next item is under operations. It's a proposed encroachment agreement for Ray's Soul Coffee Roasters, which is located at 22 Chestnut Street. They are renovating their storefront, and they have proposed gooseneck lights that would encroach into the village's right-of-way of Chestnut Street. They've submitted a request for an encroachment agreement relating to the light placement, and the encroachments are very minimal. We've done this with several other stores within Ridgewood. So basically what's needed is we did receive a certificate of insurance from them, and we would need a resolution to approve the encroachment agreement. And the final item is an NJDEP settlement agreement. The NJDEP issued us violations in August 2018 when they inspected our underground storage tank facility at the Fleet Services Division. The penalty is $5,000. and the settlement offer is $2,500. We did have this repaired immediately by Betts Environmental, and therefore the DEP lifted the delivery ban to the underground storage tanks. So at this point, I think it's probably in our best interest to accept the half-price settlement as opposed to trying to contest the fine. Okay, so we'll do a resolution for that as well. That's all we have for tonight.
All right, thank you. And we'll go back to public comments not to exceed 5 minutes per person.
We have two. I'm bringing the first one in.
We have some.
Yep. And Lovey.
Loving, would you please identify yourself?
Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street.
Thank you.
You get that now, Heather?
I did. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to make two comments. First of all, I am concerned about a comment that the manager made about there being a ballot box in which people can drop their ballots for the July 15th election. As many of you may know, in Patterson, there were 3,200 ballots that were disqualified because of irregularities. My concern about there being a ballot box is the security of such a box. I don't know where it is going to be placed or what your intention is in terms of the placement of this box, but to me that opens up a whole new possibility of somebody tampering with something, so a box other than a U.S. mailbox. If you were seriously considering having a ballot box, it needs to be in a place where there is 24-hour security, surveillance camera. I don't know whether it needs to be outside of the police station, but obviously the vote by mail is not a bulletproof process, and now we're adding another dimension by adding a ballot box to it. It just seems to me that this is something that it's an invitation for trouble, and I would ask you to seriously reconsider it or consider having it in an absolutely safest place you can possibly put it in the village. My other comment concerns Graydon Pool. I'm quite disappointed that the Parks and Rec director failed to mention something very critical about Crestwood Lake. And that is, although there may be a sign up now saying no swimming, the Borough of Allendale has released a letter to all of its residents indicating that they plan to open the lake for swimming on June 20th. So although there is no swimming now, the borough has plans in place to begin swimming on or about June 20th. Additionally, an internet search, very quick internet search, has revealed that Ramsey plans to open their pool and Mawa plans to open their pool as well. And as Ms. Bigos indicated, Fairlawn is planning to open the memorial pool. So it seems as though there's a lot of hesitation here among the council members and the staff about opening up Graydon. Other municipalities seem to be well underway in terms of making plans, announcing what those plans are, setting dates. I really am kind of bewildered as to why this council isn't moving forward and asking the Parks and Rec director or directing the manager to ask her to start to get things rolling. We don't want to be the only municipality in the area that doesn't have a pool open. That would be a real sin. From what I gather, Hillsdale is the only municipality that has so far made an announcement that they are not opening their facility. Everybody else either hasn't announced yet or has announced that they are going to open. So I would strongly encourage the council to get on this and direct the manager to get the Parks and Rec director to get some firm plans in place with a date in place to open this up. Other municipalities seem to be moving ahead. I don't know why Ridgewood can't move ahead with it as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have one more. Hold on one second. As Benson?
Benson, please unmute yourself and then please give your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, it's Lynn Benson at 117 John Street. I've been listening to most of this meeting, and I just want to applaud all of you. All the work that goes on, tremendous. And you know, as Mr. Seaton was saying, that there's no playbook to this. Kind of making it up as we go. And as you guys are grappling with all these very challenging, complex issues, obviously the Board of Ed, you know, is as well. In addition to the email that I sent you last week, I feel compelled to comment again with regards to the Board of Ed, the budget, after viewing the Zoom meeting, again, that you guys had May 21st. This pandemic will continue to create chaos and not knowing what each day will bring. While there's only so much projected planning that can be done, our district has done an outstanding job adapting. As Dr. Fishbein explained, districts have very little control of cost savings due to the mid-April legislation that was passed pertaining to staff, stipends, unions, third-party contracts, and busing costs, which all must be honored. On top of this, the anticipated required cost for this upcoming school year of PPE, transportation costs due to split sessions, which will most likely be necessary, increased staffing to accommodate split sessions and virtual learning, expanded washing stations, disinfecting protocols, etc., will all create more costs. All the while, per Trenton, it has been confirmed that districts, including ours, will be hit hard by decreases in state aid. Although the budget was defeated, most residents do not understand the vast complexities of the budget and the ongoing needs of our district. Most also acknowledge that they just simply don't have the time to look at the budget, let alone keep up with the basic emails. While many move to certain parts of our country to retire, a huge percentage of Ridgewood residents move here for the education system. As mentioned in my previous email, we are the largest school district in Bergen County, yet our cost per student is lower than all the others within similar districts throughout Bergen County. Our budget is very efficient. And this is with the drastic cuts over the years in state aid since 2008, about 12 million, which again, it's been confirmed we'll be now facing these issues once again. This is not the time to reduce our budget. The suggested $254,000, the cut to be taken from the budget's capital reserves and maintenance reserves reduces our district's ability to utilize these important funds if needed. For example, my understanding is if the necessity rises, although it's restrictive to pull from these reserves, our district could request an exception from the county superintendent to pay for certain needs. The cost of PPE and busing alone will skyrocket. Our district needs the flexibility to access these funds. Ultimately, if there are savings, that money goes back into capital reserves for future capital projects. Another argument I hear is that cutting these reserves don't impact instructional teachings, and I beg to differ. The environment in which our children learn does impact their learning, health, and well-being. Every dime you take away from this well-thought-out budget impacts these areas greatly. Families in our community are experiencing enormous challenges due to this pandemic. With regards to the financial aspect, the suggested amount that's being suggested of cutting within the district budget, it's resulting in an average of $6.58 per month return to the taxpayer. And this is not going to make a great difference to the families, but that amount will impact our district. And with regards to the health facet, for families that have personally experienced the wrath of COVID-19, it affects so many layers, especially the trauma of losing loved ones, including the absence of proper funerals. On a personal note, when my mother-in-law was diagnosed, we were told to consider hospice. The degree of time that was spent advocating to get her a higher level of care, plus the emotional anguish of not knowing if she was going to pull through, and not being able to physically be with her continues to be so terribly difficult. We then received a phone call last week that my stepfather had a massive heart attack. He is now in the hospital recuperating from open heart surgery without my mother by his side due to this pandemic. Not surprisingly, this has led to additional complexities to help support our loved ones during these unprecedented times. Meanwhile, my husband and I continue on with our responsibilities of work, parenting, our children, etc. And this is just my story. This is the story of many others. It could easily be Dr. Fishbein or any of our administrators, our teachers, etc. at any given moment. They are all vulnerable to this as well. Yes, it makes us more resilient, but we all have a breaking point. We are all human. Throwing on more and more layers of chaos and challenges causes greater harm. COVID-19 is not going away anytime soon. Please support our district and leave the budget as is. Please preserve our district's fight to deal with the day-to-day enormous challenges that lie ahead and not having to fight for an efficient, well-thought-out budget, which currently will not even cover all the expenses that lie ahead, and most of which will be beyond our district's control. Thank you.
Okay, we have one dial in. Hold on one second.
Okay, we have a caller on the phone. If you would please identify yourself, name and address. Yes. Please identify yourself with your name and address. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Hello? Hello?
Now we can, okay. Your name and address, please.
Yeah, this is Rorick Holiday 374 Evergreen Place.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, a couple of things about, let me repeat myself because there's a lag between what I've been hearing on my iPad and what I've been hearing on my iPhone. So I'll repeat myself. Rorick Holiday 374 Evergreen Place, Ridgewood, New Jersey, talking about Graydon. As I've mentioned many a times, we've lived.
Go ahead.
Hello, let me and talking about Graydon. Basically, I need to turn off the sound. Hi, this is better. Anyway, talking about Graydon. Our two kids used to love Graydon when they were growing up. And I can tell you, social distancing and two boys around 10, 11, and 12 is like a contradiction in terms. I mean, there is no way you're going to control people to sit down and just enjoy the scenery and take their turn swimming. They're going to be horsing around, pushing each other, jumping over each other. So social distancing is just nothing. Don't even plan that. Also, the survey is a really a silly idea, because what survey will you have and what will you talk about? Will you describe Graydon as Graydon of last year, or will you talk about the Graydon of this year, where you cannot do the A, B, C, D, and E? And what can you tell them, because no one knows what you can and cannot do. And also the way the questions are written will determine the way people answer. Also, as with so much of what's happening in Ridgewood, where a small minority seem to control everything that we seem to be doing, if like 5% do fill in the survey and 90% of us says we want Graydon to open, big deal, so what? So be very, very careful. And I really think if there's any risk of Graydon becoming a conduit for more people to come down with COVID, then that will be on your backs. So you have to be very, very careful about doing that. Play it safe. Thank you very much.
Any others?
No others.
Okay. It doesn't look like we have any others.
No more? None on the chat? There's no...
There's nothing on the chat, no.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone.
Could,
Motion to adjourn?
before we adjourn, could I just make a comment?
Sure.
So the ballot box is required under the new primary rules. And there'll only be 5 ballot boxes throughout Bergen County. And they're trying to spread them out in various towns. And they actually approached us about placing one in Ridgewood. I agree with you, Mr. Loving, that it does have to be in a spot that's under surveillance. And that's what they indicated to me as well. I did speak with our police department, and we do have a location where it would be under surveillance. And really, the surveillance is so that no one breaks into it. Will someone attempt to? Possibly. You know, I can't speak to that because this is the first time they've ever had ballot boxes like this. But I thought it would be a benefit to our residents, certainly, to have a ballot box close to home. The next closest ballot box is in Ramsey, is a potential one. They have some in Closter and Englewood, you know, throughout the county. So you know, I thought it would be a benefit to our residents to have it close to us. And the fact that we can put it in a place where we can have surveillance on it and see that someone's trying to tamper with the box. And again, the county is the one who will empty it. The county is the one who will install it. And, you know, they look very secure, much more secure than just a basic mailbox. So I hope that it's something that's a good thing, as I said, for our residents and others in this area who can come to Ridgewood to put their ballots in those boxes. And then just to the statement about these other pools that are giving dates. I mean, they're taking a risk in giving a date because the governor hasn't said anything, and that unless they have some intelligence we don't have, and or some, you know, inside track that we don't have. You know, the governor has not yet said anything, and so I think that's our hesitancy in, you know, starting and telling people we're going to open June 20th or July 1st. I think once we have that guidance from the governor, we're in a much better spot to be able to say that to our residents with certainty. So, and that's why really we haven't done that yet. So, thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Have a good night.
Night.
Be safe.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Night.
Right.